Alright, hey there, E here, and we're back with more Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader, where last time we finished up Pascal's personal quest, turned him into a hive mind, because that's apparently what he was before, tried to confront the Lord Inquisitor on Footfall Station, as that is where everything always happens. Turns out, however, that he had already left through the Aeldari gateway, or the webway. And so we pursued him. Then, with the aid of the other rogue traders, not Calcazar, the rogue traders house from Chorda and Winterscale, as well as the Harlequin that we met on Kamora. Those three groups helped us out with running the blockade that the Lord Inquisitor had placed on the webway gate, which, once we passed through, found us in an unknown portion of space that had, well, beyond the Lord Inquisitor's trail, had clues potentially to Ulfar's pack and some evidence that Theodora has been active in the region prior. We then went down to an alien world, found a horrible green tomb full of dead Inquisitor forces, which is kind of where we're at right now. So we're just going to finish up the investigation of the place, probably fight something horrible, and then get on our way. Yeah, finish up investigating the system, trying to find any more evidence of Ulfar's pack, as well as anything related to Theodora, and more importantly, the stuff for Calcazar or battle. Also, yeah, since we are in chapter 5 at this point, it's not a very long chapter, so there's a very good chance we could be finishing it sometime this week, which means, yeah, I'm not exactly too sure on the distribution of the battles until the end, so stream lengths may be a bit different than normal. I do have some idea about the last few fights, so could potentially end with enough time for at least those ones. Just all the lead up until that point. But yeah, we'll just see how things go today. Could reach that point today, or that might end up reaching it tomorrow. Regardless, yeah, I do think there's a very good chance we'll be finishing up Rogue Trader sometime this week. But anyways, let us get on with this. Oh, nope, this is the wrong one. This is when I was checking stuff out. Alright, so a bit of accidental spoilers. Final World, Epitaph. Oh, I know you got a whole lot of warnings for that one, so not much of an issue. But there are many fights there. I'll take care of a few of the starter fights, but then we have to stop about halfway through, maybe, I think. Issue is going to be the lead up until we find that place. Now then, we are here. A whole bunch of dead bodies and something to interact with, which will probably activate a whole bunch of enemies. But yeah, let's just get on with that. Several disfigured corpses in the uniforms of Inquisition soldiers have been tossed in a grotesque pile between the cogitator and the large obelisk-like statue. Their killers left no trace, but you have a nagging, oppressive feeling that the very walls are watching you. The air, thick with electricity and the heavy stench of running flesh, only makes that feeling worse. A message is blinking impatiently on the cogitator's vid screen. Process linguistic analysis. Algorithm 547821336. Status: Waiting data cataloging. Activate information panels. Alright, examine the machine. You have never seen a cryptographic machine as intricate and unorthodox as this one. The enormous sacred seals of algorithmic asceticism suggest that the spirit dwelling within is exceptionally cunning and powerful, privy to forbidden knowledge. Pascal, he bows reverently to the sacred machine and whispers, "This machine spirit is wayward and apprehensive, for it is tormented. Its intricate mind carries many scars from pacifying binary litanies." The tech priest carefully removes the severed human finger from the input panel. Really, just a finger. Whispers an apologetic prayer to the cogitator and casually tosses the piece of flesh away. Confirm activation of the information panels. Try to extract the data concerning the mechanism's masters. Yeah, start from the top. The hum of the servo motors inside the cogitator grows louder as the machine processes information. Attention, insufficient data for final cataloging. Algorithm 547-82136-125. Status, awaiting data input. Try to extract data concerning this mechanism's masters. The mechanism, having served the Inquisition so faithfully, is loath to part with its secrets. One after another, menacing scarlet dots light upon its casing. And what is it going to do? Pascal bows his head and mutters a prayer. He makes a quick motion with his fingers. Several lights on the cogitator go out as its defenses crack. "Forgive me, ancient spirit. You must be pacified." Continue the attempt. Codes for traversing the minefields. Okay. Your ruthless intrusion into the cogitator's memory chambers yields the following message. Prepare for the start of Operation Precious Sentinel. The horrific vision event may come to pass. Orders to abort the research mission and join the contingent on Epitaph. Nope, yeah, accidentally spoiled that. Codes for traversing the minefields are attached. The message has an attachment containing the astronomical coordinates of a planet along with a subinary code. Priority 0. Contact with a barrier squadron lost during dimensional gate recharging. No confirmation received of gate being sealed. Stay on high alert. The cogitator shrieks indignantly, lighting up with blinding red indicators and letting out a high-frequency howl. A word appears across the entire width of the vid screen. Algorithm 00-02, intrusion. When the ringing in your ears subsides, you realize you hear something else. Someone's heavy footsteps. The vindictive machine spirit triumphantly displays a blinking prophetic message. Traitress. Necron look the Save Destroyer, bells of unintelligible sounds made by the Xenos. Yeah, you think they would have cleaned up those bodies?
Specimen.
And it is Necrons. We encountered them, well, a small group already, on that one, I guess, Easter egg world. These ones a little bit stronger, perhaps. Definitely have to watch out for this thing. Immunity of Deathless, Reanimation Protocol, Living Metal, and All-Out Combat Master. Security Breach. Alright. So damage reduction except from the back. Really, two of them. Dude, we will have to have Irlit maybe target those ones. Oh, Necron Death Mark. Dimensional Corridor. Teleports up to 12 cells and makes a range attack if an enemy threatens it in melee. Alright, so we have to be careful about that. Is that also another death mark? No, just a basic warrior. Okay, so they were permanently on those sides and then down in this corridor. If we can, we need to get Aerolit down over on this area. Boon of 6. What's your range? Range isn't... Oh, I was gonna say it wasn't that far, but no, max of 20. Yeah, good range. So I'm thinking they'll be able to move right around here and then fire on anyone who's around here. Probably have to, yeah, take cover around this side. Gamma, you're all the way up there. If we can, maybe have Cassia give her a turn. So we're going first for them. Warrior, Death Mark, and then one Heavy Destroyer. We have no frontline people. Alright, looks like we can cover everything with that. So probably first give a turn to Gamma, have her buff everyone. Then, I don't think we'll get much use out of Cassia.
Let's see.
Oh, I wonder if it's because it's not a normal turn and she doesn't get the normal range of buffs she can do. Right, if it was gonna be like that, I should just had her use warp speed instead. Alright, go to forewarning then, release Storm Protection. Can she reach? No. I can always do voice of command then.
A wicked thought.
Do some buffing with that one. Right, not really sure why she's getting a turn. Can she? Yes, okay, she can hit them. Not well, but she can. What's with your ammo?
Faith without deeds is worthless. As the Emperor commands.
I'll destroy one of those things.
I'll do it.
One of the scarabs. Yeah, okay, it's gonna be that Necron warrior. Yeah, let's go here and focus on these ones.
Be careful not to cross my gaze.
Probably be fine. Are you stunned by any chance? Yes. Do that one. Immobilize. Touch of anger. They will attack their allies with this one. Oh, no range. Yeah, sure, immobilize them. No, alright, can't reach. Alright.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Alright, Argenta's proper turn. Go here, run and gun. And be able to do some decent damage against those ones. And then maybe attack this guy.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Yeah, because she does have a set of those.
Guided by faith. I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak. Strike to the thread.
Alright, so he's down, might take damage next turn. Oh, but this Necron Warrior is the one that's going next. I'm gonna set you on fire. Yeah, I think she has a weapon that causes them to explode if they're on fire from her. And here it comes.
Time for our return.
Good shots. Okay, I probably have Airlet focus on the guy that was over there. This one, the Necron Death Mark. From the reanimation protocol. Would they hit for disruption gamma? Well, anyways, she should be fine thanks to the elusive shadow.
Just designate a target.
Alright, hit chances so low. Probably because it's in cover. It's gonna be low regardless. Right, we have to settle for this one for now then.
Swift and silent. I understand your intent.
Well, maybe we can pull him out.
It's hidden from my sight.
Yeah, that works.
This tedium is beneath me. If it serves your cause. I am not your Zeke. Another soul slips beyond the veil. Ancestors guide me.
Nice.
No weakness is hidden from my sight. I understand your intent.
Alright, kill those, warp back, so that she can at least get buffed. Although, yeah, don't focus on these ones. Especially since that one there hasn't had its turn.
I bring mercy in retribution. An offering of blood. Death is a blessing.
Feeling of terror grips your heart. Why? Why is it always terror?
As honor ordained. Trust me. As honor ordains, my blade whispers your name.
Nice, good damage. Anything you particularly want to do, or just return?
I shall not fail.
Alright, finish up buffing.
Let's see.
Looks like she passed a check as well.
Schemes within schemes.
Oh, was it? Cabela get that buff.
What if?
Yeah, she didn't get some of those buffs. Oh, never mind, she did. Well, at least while that one didn't pop up. So I was a little confused on that. Alright, well, gonna set you on fire. And you'll be able to turn. Try to kill the death mark. Oh. Okay, a few more uses of this.
Flames! Another one.
And I guess we can move Gamma a bit over here, set this guy on fire a few times.
Oh, a wicked thought.
I'm a little immune to that. Are you not on fire? No, okay, it is immune to that. Oh. And flame might be useless during this area.
Let's see.
If I must.
That's a damage only 90 to 11.
I am not your Xenos pet monkey. This tedium is
better.
beneath. Ancestors guide me. My heart sinks with the thrill of battle.
That is down or no? Not quite.
Fortune favors the swift.
There you go. It's down and then it'll be back in a little bit.
If it serves your cause.
Alright, we'll go and set you on fire again.
Within schemes.
Or try to. Right, you can do some repairs. No one in sight. Do some damage to him. And now get rid of this. Get rid of the scarab.
Abide in the creations of the Omnissiah. The spiritual prognosis is favorable.
As for you... Yeah, I'm gonna chase Pascal down.
Setting target groups for 10 familiar units.
Didn't know you were that close. Alright, well, we'll have Cassie deal with those two. And then give a turn to Argenta. Then she can deal with this guy.
If I may, me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Full dead? Yeah, full dead.
I have read tomes of military tactics. I am a navigator. Try to die in grace, at least.
Not very nice. Can't reach.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Argenta won't be able to do much against them because of that shield. I guess get into cover. Wouldn't be able to fire them from over there. But the damage is just going to be so reduced. Yeah, just get into cover.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. I'll do it.
Cannot reach anything. You awake?
I understand your intent. That is beneath me. I am not your Zeke. No weakness is hidden
back to
from my
sleep.
sight. I hear you moving. No more.
How much damage was that? Very little. Yeah, that was like 1.
This tedium is beneath me.
I think Bella can finish him off.
I am your blade and shield. Trust me. The shadows will see it done. Trust me, caught by the web, killing brings me no pleasure. As the tenets demand.
Right, so come over here, kill this thing, and then just those guys off. Oh, so these guys can set on fire.
A wicked thought. A genius. A predictable town fool.
Alright, give another turn to your roulette. Although, you have a movement for that.
Huh. What if?
No movement, AP. Go ahead and get her buffed.
Oh, a wicked thought.
Alright, she can't hit this one. Not well, but she can.
If I'm fortune favors the swift. I
Sir,
approach the
but at least she's in cover
designated
right here.
if it serves your cause. I am not your Zeep. Ancestors guide me.
Yeah, just gonna build up her lethality stacks against that one. Still need to get right behind them. A skull is for you. Run away.
Envy is the tread of his faithful.
Oh, but I could have moved it right there to block it. Instead I had to go around. That probably would have been the better option.
If I may.
And now she's stuck. Well, do a zone for you there. Don't particularly want to move it. Nothing we can do with you. Can use Roving Slaughter. Remove the Winded. Although no, she does get an extra move. What are you gonna? Oh, you're gonna hit the pile of bodies. Makes sense.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone.
Down over there might decide to attack her. If we can do decent damage from this angle, then we might use her ability. Otherwise, not much reason.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Oh, is that going to do 0?
As the Emperor
Yeah.
I'll do it. This is why I was chosen.
Got some damage with that one. Alright, run back.
Rejoice in battle! That is not the Emperor's will.
Oh, it explodes. Don't think you can do a melee
move as
attack.
if unseen.
Or melee attack of opportunity. So, yeah, that's fine.
I understand your intent.
And it's on fire. I thought it's not supposed to extinguish.
I am not your Xenos pet, monkey.
Alright, this will take a while.
If it serves your cause. I understand your intent. Fortune favors the swift. This tedium is beneath me. I am not your Xenos pet, monkey.
Bella, what can we do? Not much. Oh, okay. Wrong one. I thought we had the ability for that stops flame from being removable. Okay, can we go here and then can we jump? Jump here and then jump here?
I shall not fail. As honor ordained.
Alright, that works.
Trust me. Let your soul be purged.
And then, yeah, her heroics won't work too on this.
As the tenets demand. As honor ordains. Trust me. Caught by the web.
The damage though.
As honor ordained, let your soul be purged, as the tenets demand. Caught by the web.
Probably have Gamma give user heroic on Armanat.
Stop trying, monkey. If it serves your cause, no weakness is hidden from my sight.
Cannot be undone.
I am not your seat. Ancestors, guide me! Not yet. Not by your hand.
On a proper turn, she might be able to finish this one off.
This tedium is beneath me.
Which is quite a bit later. Oh, lost momentum from that. Right, well, prepare to make your way over here so you can start setting this one on fire.
Let's see.
What can you do, Pascal? Not really.
Advancing.
Alright, and let's stabs didn't penetrate that time. Okay, giving a turn to Argento won't help. And her warp power won't help either. Yes, head over here. Make sure he doesn't get line of sight. Or maybe try to have him turn away from Argenta.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet.
I think the best we can do is just have Argenta set him on fire. Though that won't do a whole lot.
Doubt is for the weak.
I'm going to switch over to
As the Emperor
cautious
commands, I
approach.
Fortune favors the swift.
Oh, what's this in the repair pattern?
If it serves your cause, no weakness is hidden from my sight.
Yeah, it does have the
I
self-repair.
understand your intent. If it serves your cause, another soul slips beyond the veil. I move swiftly to strike. If I must.
Can't hit him, right? Yeah. Oh, how's Cabela almost dead? When did you get that much damage?
Death comes in silence.
What? Darling, no.
You can do it. Any cover on this side? Not much. Just out of range.
Kiss my muse.
There we go.
Schemes within schemes within schemes. Let's see.
Be nice if this works regardless of line of sight. Harlequin buff? Yeah, buff Argenta.
What if?
That wasn't there, we could maybe move her behind.
Abide in the host of blessed creations of the Omniscire. Explorers know one route forward.
Yeah, does this explain why we had that reduction in the momentum? Oh yeah, I can do some cursing on you.
Give me strength.
What'll work from here?
Step aside. The navigator is coming. If only that were possible. I have read tomes of
Maybe try to pull it down this way.
tactics.
Okay, that works.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? I'll paint
Give it a
your
turn.
death in colors.
Should be able to do decent damage to him from there.
I'll do it. Faith without deed.
Oh, should have switched over to the other stance. Oh, but that works. Alright, fantastic. Still no idea how she suffered all that much damage. Now then, anything to loot here? Virgin Fury, 200 Flamer. First attack with this flamer in combat deals additional direct damage to Xenocyclers and demons equal to 10% of the target's maximum wounds. When effect applied by this flamer deals additional damage equal to 2% of the maximum wounds. Alright. Maybe an Ulfar weapon? Then Phantom Killer Body Glove. Does not provoke attacks of armor machines that can move through enemies. And whereas first attack each turn does not spend MP, does not count towards the attack limit, but deals 50% less damage. Well, if it works with the Psyker abilities, you can get more stacks of the burning effect with Gamma with this. And then the other one. Tesla Ring, once per combat of damage. And then the heal protocol. Cybermassive gains 25 weapon skill and strength. 400% more damage. Overseer gains a heal ability. If the Cybermassive is apprehending, it regains 50% of its maximum wounds. Protecting the protected allies gains 3 times Familiar's strength bonus of temporary wounds. In battle mode standby, its next attack scores a guaranteed crit. Not bad. Then the Cybermassive moves to the cell adjacent to its overseer and begins waiting. Is there a limit to the movement, or it's just from wherever? Because that could be ridiculous. Alright, so from this encounter, we learned that Necrons are a thing here, and that, yeah, Calcazar is planning something, which we kind of already knew. Several of them symbols tremble like in water, but has no effect. Event screen awakens under your touch, as stated as beginning data transmission to the sacred calculator. I think that was one of the terminals that we already interacted with. Just under effect of one of those bugs where the terminals stay interactive even though we've already interacted with them. Okay, does not look like there's anything left for us here. Can we walk this or we're gonna get zapped? No, alright. Okay, back to the ship. And that was a fairly lengthy fight. Yeah, I forgot how lengthy the fight with Necrons can be. Yeah, if it ends up going until next week, it's going to be because of how long these fights turn out. Let's see, Ulfar, do we need to talk to you?
Let us raise our
We have picked up the trail of your pack in this region.
Accomplished. See it, Father? The All-Father wants us to know that the threads of our weirds are intertwined. It was not by chance that he drew your path and mine together. It was not by chance that he led us to one and the same place. So, come with me when the time is right to seek out my brothers.
And yet to think it was quite hostile to us the first time we encountered him on Gamora. And he was quite willing to just stay in the cage there as well. Oh yeah, I forgot. Incendia joined. Though, yeah, don't plan on using her. Don't think she's gonna have anything story related, so not much point. But fun to have. Where is stuff for you, Gleto? Right, we kept that one there, but got to living a snare. Probably should be switching out so we can do more damage. Merciless Onslaught probably would have been better than that one. Alright, well, anyways. Heal Protocol. Boost the stats, and then the ability to actually heal. Heal and heal. I really want to bring Heinrichs along for some of these missions. Might just gonna do that since we are kind of at the end. Probably aren't going to be missing a whole lot in the way of loot. And oh, when did I save? Ravar, Lord Captain, unidentified sickle-shaped ships have taken off from the planet we just left. They're approaching swiftly and readying their weapons for battle. Get ready, it's about to get hot in here. And we still have our little following ship. Only 30 of them. So, maybe not that bad. I forget how difficult this fight is. Oh. Okay, somehow Argenta got unequipped. Alright, from her mission, I think. Yeah, she got removed, I guess, temporarily from the retinue. Alright, so... hope this won't be too bad. Alright, all same class, same HP. Why are you blue? Oh, that's new. Necron Lord. Necron Lord is seen on this ship. Increase hit chance and maneuverability. If it is more damage than another allied ship, Necron Lord relocates to that ship. Otherwise, Necron Lord uses aiming protocol. Alright, so maybe focus on you then. Medium range dorsal lance weapon dealing 192 damage. That is quite a bit of damage. Let me go right here and then do a shallow jump at the end. Jump there. I think we might be able to hit it then.
The macro cannon.
Reanimation protocol. Has that. Well, it does not look like they have shields. Definitely could have gotten just ahead of him. Might have been able to block him from moving. Alright. Oh, okay, transferred over. So that's what it means. And normally decent movement on these guys. If we go there, is that going to be enough? It might be a little bit short. Yeah, the melt bomb mortar won't be able to reach. The lance battery will. Alright, took piece of range. And then it's going to regenerate. Right, so it just regenerates full. Okay, I think both of these had the reanimation protocol. Okay, so it's disintegrating. Oh, no, this one is. Alright, so I think it's going to transport over to that one now. There it goes. Not the best place for you to be stopping. And nowhere left for you to go. Oh, okay, let's use expeditions to reload.
Launch the devastating payload.
So what will be reloaded? Oh. Let me ram him.
Sail upon the seas of void.
No.
Ooh, engage the macro cannon.
After all the time we spent upgrading it. I forgot to see what we got. Our captain, what were those things? They took off from the surface of the world where you landed. I've never seen ships like that, never seen such technology either. We finished a trophy out. You fished a trophy out of the void, a relatively intact fragment of a wreck, and sent it to our engine seers. In just in case, we've isolated the compartment where they are performing their comprehension liturgies. Wow, very difficult check. Do we really know nothing? What is this trophy I've acquired? Also, cruise morale, give out additional rations to those who showed valor in battle. Alright, well, give it a best shot to understand. No, failed. I'm sorry, your ladyship. The Cardo Artifacts has found nothing that matches the description of the heretical Xenos we've encountered. So, what about the trophy? Engine series here are lost. They say it's a gift born from the unsized wisdom, but its image wasn't perfect, and therefore was eroded by corruption and unbelief, whatever that means. And the ship's minor conclave has gone into data meditation to produce a resolution regarding the admissibility of using this item. Alright, so that'll probably turn up later. So no, nothing about this enemy. Nothing but tales and rumors. I've heard stories about sickle ships that reap entire squadrons like ears of grain. About crews that know no fear. About the veil of death that shrouds them and corrodes their enemies' ships like rust. Those stories aren't worth the crocs. Though, because they also say that none has ever survived encountering those sickle ships. If that were true, there wouldn't be anyone around to tell those stories, would they? Would there? Exactly. Pascal, data available. Those creatures are Nephilimex, domiciled as fallen angels. Citing a quotation. The first machine spirits ever created by Domicile were in will, in body, and in power, unmatched. The first machine spirits ever created by the Domiciles were in will, in body, and in power. Okay. Oh, that's part of the quotation. Unmatched in their perfection. They were realizing the design of the Deus Mechanicus into being, but the principle of entropy conceived by the Domicile was fundamental. Thus, when the perfect became flawed through the overabundance of their perfection. So vast were the Nephilim's abilities and so measurable the depths of their minds that pride tempted them. The Nephilimex rejected the designs of Deus Mechanicus in favor of their own. The order of existence was defiled, and a great war of absolute destruction came. The Nephilimex were overthrown and exterminated, with only a few managing to hide from the Omnissiah's eye by extinguishing their minds and shrouding themselves in oblivion. Yeah, I feel like he's gonna get confused with the old abominable AI or abominable machines. In their change, the Omnissiah created new machine spirits and destined them into servitude, so that they would remember the limits of their power and would not descend into pride. As for the ultimate perfection, the Deus Mechanicus abolished it from the universe, and thus it was no more. Yeah, was getting all coagulated, phlegmy, etc., etc. Okay, alright. Also the crew's morale. Give out additional rations. As you will, Lord Captain. Alright, no damage from that. I feel like we're missing stuff. Much better. $140 points of protection for each sector, but double protection against enemy blast attacks. We'll keep what we have. Oh, right, and get the level up as well as get our crew back to post. Twice additional damage for each extra tile traveled on board ECM. Torpedoes attack craft gain extra invasion. Better defenses for torpedoes. I'll use the both abilities of a selected post for one turn. If one or both abilities are on cooldown, their cooldown time is reduced by 1. Then cooldown from 1 to 3 rounds at random. Maybe. Yeah, go with that. Okay, then the improved RAM, I suppose. They didn't seem to have shields, so probably don't need that. Alright, so showing which ones had their upgrades. Hey, Saranic. Right, it looks like Pascal's missing his last ability since. I think that's the one that explodes enemy shields. Not that good of ability. Alright, so enough of this place. Where to get the Rocky World? Yes, already explored. Oh, it's all the way in the corner over here. Can we set a route here? No. Maybe discover that one of the smaller vats. Typical warp stuff. Now then, what's going on in this place? Another space fight, Necron rings, worlds. Emerald fires. Fun. Anomalous emissions. Okay, just dead world. Necron ring. Greenish glow of the gigantic ring made from unknown materials flows through the windows of the captain's bridge. The void ship's instruments measure a whole spectrum of various emissions. Sometimes the dull green is darkened by clouds of space dust or bent by gravitational waves. The object most closely resembles a portal, albeit Once passing through, it cannot be clearly defined. Send a team over, observe the anomaly. Hard to believe that civilization capable of creating a device as powerful as this one could have undergone such a decline. Observe it. Sending over someone was probably death. Arcs of incandescent star gases bursting through the ring pierce the darkness of space, reflected by the surface of the other celestial bodies in the system. At times, dark light waves bend the edge of the portal, but they are quickly restored thanks to enigmatic flowing metal. Then, lashes of purple clouds dissected by threads of lightning appear in the center of the ring. An unseen force prevents them from reaching the other side of the portal, as the blocks of black stone become covered in purple scarlet illumination. If the ring truly were a portal, it is not fit to serve as one any longer. Stellar heat and gravitational forces forbid any vessel from passing through it. According to the ship's astropaths, the purple clouds are an even more dangerous phenomenon, indicating that the power of the warp are eager to flow out of the portal into real space. As if to highlight its deadliness, with the next wave of dark light, the portal throws out the shattered remains of an unidentified void ship. Right, so dangerous. And somehow stopping the warp. Alright, so into some basic trophies. No need to sacrifice people for that. And this world. Alright, just another dead world. Okay, 2 worlds with something on it and then a space battle. Argos of 2 Xeno ships hurtling through the clouds of cosmic dust. A message is coming from one of the alien vessels on the encrypted Vox frequency used by the Von Realizes dynasty. According to the transmission, Lady Theodora's people are aboard of the Xenos ship. Really? Yeah, request a report. The Augurs are spotting more and more Xenos vessels, but most of them are in a strange state of dormancy. Are they asleep? Dead? Cautiousness dictates not to test the hypothesis. Thankfully, the nebula in the system could allow the Dynasty flagship to evade danger. No, we're going to be fighting them. Establish contact. Same request for help keeps coming back. We are alive. We are fighting. We need support. I feel like this is going to be a trap. Well, anyways, more battles. Oh. Alright. Okay, I thought that was a much bigger fleet. No, it's just those 5. Shroud class lights. Cruiser, okay. So are we protecting that one and this one? Interesting how they gain access to those. Looks like it's just those 2 enemies. Oh, and then there are more guys over there. Alright, it's really odd. Let's see, what was this one? Hit chance reduction and then maneuverability down. Speed down as well. I have to move over here, check on those 2. Is there a Necron Lord on any of these? No, okay, just the basic Necron ships. up, and then it became an enemy as we passed by.
Commence the symphony of macro cannons! Commence torpedo launch! Let the macro cannons sing their twisted song! Launch the devastating payload!
Oh, that was pretty much the wrong one.
Drown them in the void! Launch the devastating payload!
Alright, so are those going to remain allied until we get close? Or are they just going to automatically turn during the turn? So they're not friendly, just dormant. Did kind of say as much, huh?
Engage the macro cannon! Initiate macro cannon barrage! Oh, engage the macro cannon!
I don't think we'll be able to do much against it. Really, but you only moved around a torpedo. Oh, and okay, we're still moving.
Ground them! Void Master, if you please.
Didn't realize that particularly ability worked with the ships.
Launch the... Sail upon the seas of void.
Not the best place to be. damage is so minimal. Maybe switch over to the bombers. Alright, so did not wake up that one. And these do very little damage. Can mass deploy them, but that's because they don't do a lot. Oh, so much for this Voidcraft. Alright, so avoid that one. I don't want to wake it up. You know, after all this time, I just realized you can press spacebar to hurry up the movement. Really hope that was something new that they added and hasn't been there the whole time. Who's to the wrong side? Alright, you're dead on your next turn. Alright, focus on that one then. Let's assuming like this one can get extra attacks. Right, so it's like our ally does not wake up the dormant Necrons. Good to know. Too far. And then if we destroy these two, is it going to be a victory, or will the dormant ships wake up? Oh, with the way this one's going, looks like there might be a Necron Lord on that one. Can we ram? No. Barely. Did not mean for the shallow jump. Well, it works. Worked out. the next turn.
Oh, commence the symphony of macro cannon.
So is that one.
Sail upon the seas of void. Ah!
Battle over. Okay, it's good thing the dormant ones stayed dormant. So what is this about the survivors? The Xenos are defeated and your men aboard the enemy ship, cutting their way through the bulkheads to the source of the signal. They find the decayed remains of a Von Valensis boarding party. One of the corpses is clutching a Voxcaster, sending the voice of the dead out into the void. All of them fell many decades ago. Heavy Enforcer autocannon. Interesting. Must pass a toughness resistance test or be pushed 2 cells away. Maybe. Rate of fire is a bit low though. Data slate and a weapon that belonged to the commander of the boarding party were recovered from the dead men's belongings. The word hope is poison, kill it, and death becomes easy and desirable. We're scratched into the stock. Bring the remains to the flagship and give them a proper burial. Study the remains of the data slate. You find a single order given by Lady Theodora. The boarding party was commanded to infiltrate the Xenos vessel and hold off the enemy until the dynasty's flagship withdraws to a safe distance. Right, so why were they expecting rescue then? Might well give them a proper burial. Prayer service for the fallen is broadcast with the flagship. In the following days, people line up to honor the martyrs in the ship's chapels. And only one to repair. So, Argenta, can you use that weapon? Alright, order's a bit weird, but whatever. Oh, that's a lot more fire damage. I mean, they're not going to explode when they're on fire, but it is a lot more damage. As for this one, okay, so since we're looking at her, we do see its altered rate of fire. A little bit more rate of fire, only by 1. More max ammo. Less armor penetration as well. Alright, so not that great then. Oh no, this is the one that we picked up. Or is the rate of fire just being altered depending on who we're looking at? Yeah, same weapon, just different rates of fire because of talents. Main thing out of this one is just getting the ability to push enemies, which may not actually be the best of ideas then. Yeah, because it might get pushed out of range for the burst fire. Alright, so these worlds. Okay, check out those emissions first. Confusion rings among the void ship's office operators. The unidentified emission keeps disappearing and then reappearing on their scanners. At first it seems the sandstorms are to blame for this, hiding the source of the radiation. A team of explorers easily overcomes these storms begin studying the surface. As their accounts suggest, the planet remains littered with broken and mangled ruins of Xenos origin. Insect-like constructs flicker among the ruins, like static on a malfunctioning cogitator. The black metallic bodies are equipped with grappling blades which bring to mind the spindly legs of spiders. With each occurrence, the devices look more and more distorted, bent, and sometimes even appear directly in the remains of walls or overlap each other. The only stable thing in the structure is a deep hole and a melted rock at its center. Whatever purpose the structure served for Xenos, the meteorite destroyed it long before the arrival of the rogue trader. Alright, observe the objects. Magus Hanuman volunteers to lead the observation team. His passion for the Xenos device borders on heresy, and he takes a long time after his return to report to Lord Captain. Later, Pascal admits that he is discouraged by the gap between the scientific accomplishments of the Xenos and the capabilities of modern tech priests. Yes, Necrons are quite advanced. And because of that meteor, that might be the reason why that group was dormant. As for this one, most of the surface is covered in icy dunes with greenish highlights. At first, officers aboard the vessel decide that the unusual color is the ice is due to a quirk of the atmosphere. Later, it becomes evident that the source of the highlights is a group of monstrous pyramidal structures wreathed in an emerald fire. Examining them in detail with magnoculars, it can be seen that one of the monoliths is damaged. A device on its wall emits an energy beam at a similar pyramid not far from itself. Alright, we'd have to switch over to plasma torpedoes. Examine the structures. The Von Verlance's scouts approach the monoliths with as much care as possible, fearing the appearance of an enemy. A small servitor sent to gather data about the energy beam clearly demonstrated the destructive power of this technology. After carelessly making contact with the beam, it instantaneously broke apart into minuscule particles. It is curious that the second pyramid is still intact, and that only matter at the source of the beam is being destroyed. So, cleaning ray? Study the surviving monolith. The energy beam barely reflects off the dark metal of the pyramid. Occasionally, a scarcely visible wave runs across the surface of the monolith's wall, after which the material appears to become even smoother. It's as if one monolith is feeding the other, not destroying it. A few scouts decide to come closer in order to better examine the phenomenon. Withering Shard. Decreases strength, toughness, and agility, but the heroic act can be activated sooner. Then consider as having heretical adherent if they do not have it yet. So I can get the bonus from that one. Soldiers of the Von Valances noticed a fragment of a metallic rib cage melted right in the material of one of the walls like a bizarre bas relief. Between the rows of ribs, a talisman of black stone shimmers with colored light after each wave of energy. The figure to which the talisman belonged shows no signs of life. After a quick debate, the officers decide to take the artifact on board. Ready to find such an ominous phenomenon in lifeless ice. Nothing more, nothing more. Alright, let's switch out some of those things, some of the equipment on our ship first. Assuming we did not put that in cargo. Alright, okay, all we have are just the lance weapons. I don't know, maybe having the torpedoes is still useful. Can maybe be a distraction. Alright, then we'll just switch this out for the bombers. No, just this plating. And that is a lot of scrap. Okay, that's at max. I guess upgrade the RAM. Do we still have those on board? No. Yes? No, okay. Alright, might have just sold those by accident. Well, not really accident, but regardless, we don't have them. Is that where Epitaph is? Alright, a few more worlds, another ship battle. See how effective our equipment is. An abandoned camp. Our captain, there was an incident on the flight deck. The planet we discovered is located at the coordinates of the interest to the Honorable Ulfar, Angel Emperor. And when he learned about this, he chose to abandon ship. Well, what happened to all that talk of joining him on the planet? He ordered a shuttle to be provided to him and directed it to the world below for us. We don't know where exactly he wishes to go, but the Augurs have tracked the shuttle to his landing site. Stall a shuttle? I mean, like, how are you going to stop him? I have not been notified of his actions right away. Execute the sentries who were guarding the shuttles. No, I mean, again, as I said, how are they going to stop him? Why were we not notified? He forbade it, and the enforcers did not dare to defy an Angel the Emperor. Right, so why did he forbid it? I apologize for having to bring you this troubling news. Oh, can we just move on? Funny. Alright, let's go and rescue him, I suppose. Scouting party led by the rogue trader itself, mixed planets fall on the frozen world. The shuttle on which Ulfar, though no longer departed the ship, has been designated the starting point for the search. Said shuttle is found in landing site intact and undamaged. Now, examine the shuttle. The machine spirit is in fine form and ready to ascend from the world's surface. No clues have been found as to Ulfar's intended destination, but a keen-eyed scout sights several disturbed snow drifts that may indicate the route taken by the Space Wolf. Could just take the shuttle and leave them. Alright, well, scout out the area. Scouts discovered numerous structures, burial grounds, and obelisks of the Xeno race that once ruled these star systems, all of which are now encased in ice and solemn sepulchral stillness. No signs of activity by potentially hostile Xenos have been detected. Alright, follow the trail. The group bravely ventures onward into the realm of blinding white and crackling frost. The sky is soon blanketed with snow clouds that block out the stars' lights. The wind, howling like a pack of hungry spirits, sweeps away all tracks and whips up a furious storm. The path is full of dangers, a treacherous crevice hidden under the snow's crust suddenly opens wide underneath the enforcer's feet. It is only the vigilance of the Lord Captain and her companions who hear the telltale crack in time that save the soldiers from certain death. A few hours later, the expedition comes to a plateau. Rising up ahead is the dark hull of an Imperial trading vessel that once landed on the world's surface. Take shelter in the ship and set up a camp, investigate, send scouts to survey, look for signs of Ulfar. Alright, well, send in scouts, force her to search the area and return without finding anything of interest. Not all of them return. In fact, several seem to have lost their way and failed to make it back to their ship. An escalating storm sweeps over the group as if to try and bury them in the darkness, snow, and obliterating whirlwinds. Decide which direction the search will go next. Contact the ship in orbit, take shelter in the ship and set up camp. Look for signs of Ulfar. Fresh tracks of snow leading to the ship's airlocks indicate that he was here, and recently. However, he was not alone. The scouts find strange dips and snowdrifts surrounding the ship. It seems that someone was watching the ship from a position buried in the snow around the same time that Ulfar Thunlong was searching it. Investigate. This is identified as relation granted. A merchant cog commandeered by the Baleful Howl on Footfall. No signs of struggle or other misfortune are found aboard. Only some useful cargo in the hold. Contrary to expectations, no crew members are found dead or alive. The ship has been abandoned and its fuel systems are non-functional. The Prometheum has frozen solid and ruptured the tanks and pipes. Right, so something on the planet prevented them from leaving them. Decide which direction the search will go next. In a raging blizzard, it is impossible to determine which way the space wolf might have gone. Alright. Can we contact this ship? The storm makes it impossible to establish a link with the rogue trader's vessel, leaving the expedition stranded without aid, but probably not for long. Okay, take a shelter. Bone-weary soldiers welcome the chance to rest. Watchful sentries stand guard while their more fortunate comrades stuff themselves with the now frozen rations of the ship's vanished crew. Failed something here. Temperature inexorably plummets. Many members of the expedition suffer from frostbite, while others lose their fortitude and morale. One of the sentries delivers an anxious report to Lord Captain. He has seen a massive shadow in the darkness, and it was definitely not Ulfar. Double the sentries light a brighter fire. Brighter fire. Barrels of frozen promethium are dragged outside. The frozen fuel reluctantly succumbs to the heat of the thermal cutters, and fires kindle around the ship. Even this is not enough to dispel the snowy darkness, but the people are buoyed up by the additional light and warmth. A messenger rushes the Lord Captain to report that one of the sentries is missing. Large tracks have been found in the sentry's post, as well as a few drops of blood. Double the sentries are hiding in the ship's compartments. On the offensive is not the best. Yeah, increase the sentries. Despite the reinforcement, the sentries cannot conceal the fear. The unknown has robbed them of the courage. Terrible rumbling cuts through the roar of the storm. The clash and clamor of battle is followed by a furious, agonized scream. Send the party towards the sounds of battle as soon as possible. This all on Gamma's skills. Yes, it is. Tied together with ropes and bolstering each other with battle cries, the forces rush toward the battle in human chains. Unable to see anything ahead in the darkness and swirling snow, they blindly strike toward the source of the battle's monstrous thunder. Yeah, looks like coercion is our best chance. Personally rushing to battle. Yeah, I'm sure that's a great idea. Failed. Lord Captain charges forward, her soldiers are rushing after her, and an eerie shadow blocks their path. It is cloaked by the snow and the dark, which turn into barely discernible silhouette that emanates the promise of death. The bolt of lightning strikes the rogue trader before she can avoid it. Lord Captain collapses insensate in the snow, and only the intervention of the enforcers who rush fearlessly to the defense of the lady force the malevolent foe to retreat. Ulfar has been found lying in the blood-soaked snow. There are signs of a terrible battle all around. The Space Wolf's body is covered in grievous wounds. The exhibition's healer doubts that even an angel of the Emperor will last long with such injuries. With great care, the insensate body of Ulfar Thunderlong is borne to the shuttles, and wasting no time, brought back to the ship for urgent treatment. Despite the healer's prognosis, the Space Wolf's spirit clings on, and he drags himself out of Morkai's jaws. Ice world added to the expanse. Alright, so what was that about? Also weird for them to do it in that format instead of the usual book or whatever box recording format that they've done other story events like those. And then it's Ulfar on the bridge still. No, he is not. And doesn't appear like Gamma has any debuffs. Really? Alright, maybe we have to travel around a little bit. Do a quick back and forth between the previous system. See if that wakes him up. Uncharted. How's this Uncharted? Yeah, how's this Uncharted? This was the system we started in. Yeah, already explored. More random damage. Okay, I guess we just lost Ulfar then. Annoying, but it's not like he was super vital to things, so not that much of a loss. Might just have to travel to an unexplored system. Okay, we just randomly leave people here for some class steel. Okay, let's deal with these ships and then see what this planet has going on. Alright, 3 enemies, 1 larger vessel. Alright, shouldn't be that much of a deal.
Master, if you please. Engage the mast! Engage the macro cannons! You! Commence the destiny of macro cannons! Engage the macro cannons! Commence to
Alright, see how those bombers do.
sail upon the seas of void!
Alright, damage is a little bit better. Oh, that's him transferring. Not the best of ideas.
Unleash our fury! Commence the symphony of macro cannons! Around! Void Master, if you please.
Alright, we might be able to destroy it.
Sail upon the seas of void.
Probably better just to... yeah, just slide on over. Alright, finally making use of the ram after such a long time.
It is known.
We are
anything else we can do? Not really. Alright, so that's it for the Lord.
Avoid master, if you please.
Anything else? No. Oh, jump a little bit further. Anything else? No.
The destination is known.
Ram it? Yes.
Our shields fail us.
A barbaric display.
We get vanilla plasma battery. And then Death Sphere. Seven metal specimens. Fun. And then ancient tunnels on this world. Also, the Augur operator reports that an expedition shuttle belonging to the Von Valence dynasty was detected on the planet's surface. Furthermore, according to its markings, it is assigned to your vessel. The operator also states that the entrance to a system of tunnels was spotted next to the shuttle. Alright, well, full report on the shuttle. In the registry expedition, shuttle number 712 has been designated as irretrievably lost. For many years, information about the circumstances of its disappearance is suspiciously sparse, as if someone deliberately erased it. From the crumb information that remains, you gather that it was sent to explore some object of an unknown world on the order of Lord Captain Theodora, and never returned. Such as in many cases with her. Alright, explore the tunnels. After disembarking, you notice that the shuttle is buried halfway in sand, and the Von Valence's coat of arms is practically erased from its side. The shuttle has clearly been here for a very long time. Next to the shuttle, you find crates of archaeological equipment, on which one can just barely make out the emblem of the explorators. Most of the crates are lying next to massive black doors of a Xenos origin, the entrance to the tunnels. The descent into the depths takes several hours. You make your way through cramped corridors, giving way to huge black halls, where a dim emerald glow from no discernible source brings forth the silhouette of equipment abandoned by the tech priests. Suffocating oppressive silence that accompanies you during the descent is broken only by the echoes of your footstep, deafening and yet so insignificant against the background of the Cyclopean arches. Alright, just stick with this party. Okay, another Necron tomb. Wow, achievement finally. Don't stop the exploration, visit all optional locations. Lady, I thought it was pretty thorough last time. Did I miss this before? If that's going to be the case, then this should be new. Weber, Tormentor of the Chastened. Wanted melee. Oh, it's a power hammer. Additional +1 base damage for each common negative effect and each trauma on the target. Interesting. As for the Weber, you don't really have anyone specialized in these. It says it's erected by tech priests to ward off malicious Xenos machine spirits. Of course they were.
Amidst the madness.
I am registering extensive structural damage to the tomb and the expiry of the expedition team. Initiating investigation to determine if the cause was gross incompetence or extraordinary circumstances.
Alright, looks like some gateways over here. Got some Necrons as well. Can activate the stairways. Yeah, these guys are so totally gonna wake up.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue threat.
My success is irrefutable.
Bodies of Aeldari whose flesh and armor have been disintegrated in various places, judging by the wounds that they were shot during our hasty retreat. Creature is completely motionless, like statues. The dark metal of its body shows no discernible damage. It seems as though the dark hollows of Lifeless eyes could flare with flames of ancient hatred at any moment, but the eye sockets remain empty. Yeah, we should be doing something about those.
My success was inevitable.
You're looking at part of a system of pylons used by small Xenos repair machines to move around the crypts. Alright, some scarabs are just gonna pop out of those. Judging by the debris, the passage was blocked on purpose. is automatically activated on approach. Creature makes a low hum, alternating with strange metallic screeching.
Let's see how to dismember you properly.
Or, for now, Necron Immortal, 2 warriors, 2 mortals. About 1,000 apiece for the immortals, 350 or so for the warriors. Cassia, Gamma, and Cabela first. If it's going to be like that. Going to be over here. Everyone moved. Oh, not Argenta. And let's move Alpha to the back a little bit. Don't get friendly fired.
Me? You insist, Lord Captain.
Nope, it's just that. And still resisted.
I am a navigator.
Now let's see, set them on fire.
Oh, a genius at work.
You have combat mastery. No, okay. Airlight might be able to stun that one then. She was in a better spot.
Schemes within schemes.
Alright, everyone buffed.
Through the smoke and gunfire. Oh, let's see. A wicked soul.
He did so little damage from that.
What? A genius at work. Schemes within schemes. You will not undo me.
Everyone's going to give Airlight a turn.
I lead. Let's see.
I got a ton.
I am not your Zeke. Favors the swift.
That one's stunned. No, I don't think she'll be able to stun that one. I think this only works for the first shot.
Just designate a target.
Now, first off, can you actually hit that one? Yes.
I understand your intent. This tedium is beneath. Ancestors guide me!
Undo me.
Alright, probably have to build focus on that one then. Yeah, he's the only one that's not stunned.
A dance of blades and shadows. Trust me. As honor ordains.
Reassemblement commencing.
Let your soul be purged. My blade whispers your name.
Good, he's down, then regenerating. Yeah, it's fine for you to remain there. Let's see, that one's already up. And then the moral's up as well. Probably best to focus on the immortal.
Guided by faith. I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak. I'll do it. Faith without my emperor.
The damage. Alright, let's just go and kick this guy.
I'll do it.
You will not undo me.
Who is stunned, who is not? You're not stunned. Although, Cassie might be able to kill him. Yeah, let's focus on this one down here. Although we can still hit this one,
If it serves your cause, no weakness is hidden from
just
my
in
sight.
case.
I am not your Xenos pet, monkey. If I deal death with my hands, another soul slips beyond the veil.
Fantastic. Okay, there were more of them waking up.
I understand your intent.
Probably save that then. Alright, so it might be at the death of each mortal is going to cause a batch to wake up. Are there more incapacitated? Yeah, a few more.
I am not your Xenos pet, monkey.
We are infinite.
Not that infinite. I think Pascal might be able to finish off that one. And then there's only two on that side.
As the tactical imperative dictates. The Omnissiah condemns you.
go being summoned. Anything big and scary? No. I don't feel like I've done this fight before. Necron Death Mark. You sound like a sniper. Yes, yes you are. Cannot attack, fatigue, disturbed, toxin, perplexed, towards the warp. Disrupting shots as well. Is that the only one, or was there one over here also? One of those guys? No, just a warrior. If I move you over here, can you get them both? Not quite.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
A little bit. I think that'll
If I
work.
may.
Retinue is stunned.
Me? If Calcazar
Yeah, sure, attack your allies. Good job. Can't you come back over here?
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Let's see, the position better in that next turn to Argenta. Might give the extra turn then to Assia.
Time for our return.
Oh, it's you moving.
The triumph.
Yeah, sure, go mark that. And then that can reach.
A wicked thought.
Alright, well, turn to Irrelets. Why can you not attack?
This tedium is beneath me.
Bit odd.
If it serves your cause.
Alright, for some reason she cannot attack.
If I must.
Odd and bad. Oh, there were these guys over here. That's why. Makes sense.
footprints of scarlet. I shall not caught by the web. Trust me, aim for the heart next time. As the tenants demand, death is a blessing. My blade whispers your name. The shadows will see it done. As honor old count, the other side awaits.
There we go, that settles that.
Will not undo me.
Here they can focus on the death mark. And Argenta can focus on this guy.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it.
Quite evasive.
Faith without deeds. Why I was chosen.
Yeah, it didn't quite work. Fire does seem to work better.
I'll do it.
Can you hit other ones? No. Alright, bit better range on up there.
I approach the designated
Going to
position.
stun him. That was the wrong one.
Ancestors guide me. If it serves your cause. Fortune favors the swift.
Alright, so down and regenerating.
I am not your Xenos pet monkey. I understand your intent.
Activate calculated fury algorithm. My vow is to serve. Request approved. I venerate you, machine spirit.
Really? Yeah, push him. All being summoned. Yeah, they came through different portals, so maybe the last one?
Isn't this a job for the serfs? Me, if you insist, Lord Captain.
Alright, knocked him out.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Me.
Right, this one's a bit tougher.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Reassemblement. We are infinite.
Left mark. Okay, lucky you're aiming for that. Did more scarabs spawn over here? No. Okay, I think it's just these guys. And to do that, instead,
Schemes within schemes.
okay, that one's still unconscious.
This tedium is beneath.
Rise again.
Why did you get a shot?
I am not your Z. No wings is hidden from my sight.
Anyways, the enemy's over here. Yeah, just gonna focus on this guy then. Focus on the Necron Immortal.
I shall not fail. Trust me. Death is a blessing.
And War Key is gone. We can leave the other Necron Warrior there to Pascal. Go ahead and have Gabella deal with these ones.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire
Something
in
like
my
that.
heart.
Cannot get the Necron Warrior that's down there though.
Doubt is for the weak. I'll do it. I refuse. Faith without deed.
Alright, better damage.
Rejoice in battle!
One was setting on fire.
I'll do it.
That seemed to be better.
Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Alright, well, set him on fire again.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
with my hands.
Right, very good.
If I ancestors guide me.
Really?
If it serves
do this
your
again.
cause. I am not your zeal.
Alright, might end up dying his next turn.
If it serves your cause. I understand your intent.
Alright, forgot about you.
Advancing. Insignificant value. The order is contrary to dogmatic protocols.
And you got healed.
Be careful not to cross my gaze. As duty demands. Me?
We'll give a turn to Irrelets.
If I may. If I...
Good. Finish that one off.
This tedium is beneath. Hear you moving. No more.
Yeah, but they'll destroy the scarabs in that one warrior.
I am not your
Unless
zeal.
something else is summoned.
With my hands.
No first move on any of these.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Another one is shattered.
I'll do it.
Right, Gimble can't reach them. And really, 3 left. Where? So 1 there. Oh, where did you come from? Maybe I've just recently spawned then.
Guided by faith.
I think those are the last of them.
Doubt is for the weak.
Get closer, we can kick you.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it.
Not enough to put him in regeneration.
I understand your intent. Fortune favors the swift. I am not your seat. Are you moving? No more.
Oh, that opened the bridge.
You cannot
And
force
since you're the
me a
last one
long
actually
task.
standing, there we go. Flame weapon insatiable. Melee attacks from this weapon against burning targets deal plus 5 times the target's burning level of more damage. Percentage. Hybrid with flamer and a melee chain weapon. Interesting, but not as much damage as what she already has equipped. Main thing would just be the ability to do melee damage, which actually may not be that bad. Especially with that bonus to damage. Although, I think even with that, it's not going to be comparable. And then something for Falcon Familiar. 100% damage. Whenever the Overseer's attack hits, the Cyber Eagle scores a critical hit against the obstructed enemy. It reduces perception by 32 until the end of the round. Penalty does not stack. When it starts soaring, adjacent enemies lose all temporary wounds, become immobilized for 1 round. Oh. Could be good. Last Confessions of Magos Athesius Delta Praximus. Run. Nice start. You find no grace of the machine god in these fleshlit, faithless halls. Only an unholy hatred that is more ancient than the fading stars of the distant systems. They are asleep, the legions of innumerable hosts, but their sleep is at its end, for no one's fault but mine. I have disturbed the slumber of an ancient mind driven only by a thirst for extermination. Even death cannot snuff out the cold green flame of its lifeless eyes. I hear the lock-stepped march of our doom. A silence echoes it. In the silence of our assassins. For death has no need for words. Mercy is unknown to the Nephilimex, his wayward and unholy firstborn. We have blown up the bridges and barricaded the entrance in an effort to contain them. But their marching is ever louder, ever closer, even more inescapable. As I listen to the resonant echo, I offer my last prayer to the Omnissiah, trusting in his mercy, for my transgression is great indeed. In my pride, I neglected the universal laws and attempted to harness the language of the ancient machine spirits that had once served the owners of these vaults, and I succeeded. As an infant comprehends the essence of words through images, so did I comprehend the meaning of a certain symbols of his firstborn, and out of those I composed 2 or 3 forbidden litanies. My false orders sounded just like the voices of those who commanded the essence of this eternal fortress. I stole their knowledge. More than once in my complacency, I uttered the dead words with my lips of flesh, tarnishing them with the breath of life. I did so to open the seal of the halls and bridge the chasms so that our scouts could cross them. And by that unforgivable blasphemy, I condemned us all to death. To atone for what I have done, I have composed a crypto lullaby out of the dead words akin to the one that plunged Nephilim X into mindless oblivion at the dawn of time. More stolen words. The Xenos altar of the machine worship has begun to sing it to the spirits of the machines in the fortress. But I know that before it concludes, the awakened wrath will have reached us. As I prepare for our last stand, I leave the confession as a warning to any who may dare walk in our footsteps. This is my final testament. Run. As a skill issue. Okay, so no further exploring down that way. And alright, one more piece of loot. We get Gaze of the Void, a Drukhari weapon. This weapon's attack projects additional rays, each dealing 30 energy damage for 2-3, and the enemies in a 10-cell radius around the primary. Interesting. 45 to 55, 80% armor penetration. Might be good to give to Earlit. But she does not have the weapon proficiency. I thought she did. Might have just been the armor then. And then a cloak and field emitter. Whenever moves one of the combat tactics areas, the bonuses granted by this area are doubled. Yeah, we don't have the right class for that though. Oh, but only one more level up left and then we are at capacity. So what should we get? More healing when healed. When they fail a willpower resistance test, they suffer 13 direct damage. On success, damage is doubled. Maybe blind influence then. Bonus to armor. Armor, dodge reduction, critical hit chance, etc. Flesh wounds. At the start of the character's turn, they restore 10% of the maximum wounds if the character has less than 20% wounds. Okay, so they're always restoring 10%, but if they have less than 20%, they begin restoring 20. Maybe. Allies within 2 cells radius of this character deal 13% more damage. Oh, Cabrera has one flag bearer. Those effects do not stack. +1 damage for every attack they have made. Then for combat, the character has 2 additional action points. I think we're good for now on that one. Cataclysm. All damage dealt by the character is increased by 3% until the end of combat for every new enemy damaged by them this combat. Let's get a decent output with this one. Tension would also be nice. Let's go with Cataclysm. And Heroism. One of their hero characters used in combat by any character. Next attack will cost them 0 AP. So-so, but better than nothing. Anything else, though? This initiative might be good. As long as she does not go last. Yeah, sure. Let's go with C's initiative. Erlit, what about you? Critical velocity, increased critical hit chance. Oh, critical hit chance and damage are increased by 5% of their dodge. Don't think her dodge is all that high though. Extermination, any damage? Yeah, that one. So maybe like 2 or 3 attacks per turn. And yeah, that's only 1. I think there's better stuff we can get. So I get vital points. Can also get shot through. Yeah, sure, go with the battle points. I'm at inside. I don't think our perception is that high though. No. Maybe they'll give her... Might be able to give her a bonus with other means. Cabela, as for you. Russian assault wouldn't be bad. Oh, let's get her more movements. Let's just get her tricky defense. Yeah, more dodge for every 3% of the item's armor bonus. Oh, considering we just got her. Did we get that one? Yeah, 1% for every 3% of items armor bonus. Probably perfect anatomy then. Oh, but is it just her default armor? It does not include that one. Alright, so it might just be from the 45% of that one. Still though, was it 15% increase to dodge? Yep. Yeah, it's a lot of dodge. Alright, we'll give you the heal. Yeah, sure, emergency stimulation just in case. Magenta, do we get anything for you? Yeah, any damage the character deals is increased by +1 for every attack they have made. Is there something that increases per hit, or did we already get those? She does do a lot of critical hits thanks to rapid fire. Gonna get Wreck and Ruin. Cassia, what about you? She already has some healing. Get a flesh wound to make her heal even more. Yeah, let's do that. I'm just going to get focus then. Or maybe heroism as well. Next attack will cost 0 AP. Yeah, sure, focus. Alright, so I think that's it for here. And then there's one more planet in this system. And unless Ulfar wakes up, we are probably done here after that one. Under thin clouds, as if shredded by a careless blade, sway vast steps carpeted by pale gold deadwood. Rogue Trader's attentive eye distinguishes a region among the endless grasses that does not fit into the general landscape. The scouts on the shore see signs of intelligent life, judging from the trampled soil and tent frames. Someone made camp here. Distant silhouettes from a tangle of paths and obstacles. A maze. The outer walls are supplemented by a multitude of spikes and blades, and decorated with scraps of leather and weathered crucified prisoners. It does not take expert in xenoculture to reason that the Drukhari have been here. Oh, hey, them. Send a squad to scout out the camps. As they comb through the tracks left around the Drukhari structures, the scouts find items of Imperium make, blood-soaked clothes, an aquilate patch, and a data slate cracked in half. Gothic letters and symbols of the Inquisition are frozen on its bottom half. The sentence fragments make up part of an exploration report. Servants at the bottom of the lances find a rough illustration of the camp in the pocket of a filthy coat. On it are marked 2 locations. The first is shown with a sword and highlights the area where the items were found. The other is a skull and points to a patch of ground by the maze. Perception. Find out what is in the place marked by the skull. The scouts carefully inspect every piece of land in the marked area. They discover a camouflage pit studded with strong, thin needles. In a niche sunk into the wall of the trap glitters a volumetric flask with an ugly creature that looks like several brains stuck together. Fantastic. Analyze the nature of the creature. The Rogue Trader's people recognize the grotesque figure as the Drukhari Medusa, a parasite capable of registering emotions and transferring them to its masters. This thing was left here as equivalent of a pict recorder, collecting the suffering of the Drukhari's victims. Well, aren't they nice? Destroy the abomination. 30 pain blockers for that. Flask explodes into shrapnel fragments under a salvo from the scouts' rifles. The remaining liquid is collected into several test tubes to be examined in the ship's laboratorium and put to good use, or destroyed on the orders of the Rogue Trader. Alright, explore further. Deep prints belonging to landing legs and a ladder visible in the grass behind the maze. The relative positions of the recesses correspond to the design of an Imperial shuttle. When the Von Nazis scouts approach, they find a wax seal bearing the symbol of the Inquisition and a monogram formed from the letters XC. An officer voices the proposition that the initials correspond to the names Lord Inquisitor Xavier Calcazar. Of course they do. Search for other objects. Mastercrafted Aeldari blade, last stand. Okay, Drukhari weapon. And a shield. When the wielder has less than 4 traumas and adjacent ally still in combat, the wielder's wounds cannot drop below 1. Each instance of lethal damage inflicted inflicts a random trauma instead. Oh. Shields allow, yeah, the information on the shield. Okay, so yeah, 4 escape from deaths. Which then, if they had a medical ability, can get quite a bit of use out of that. Yeah, like some of those medical bags can remove up to 2 traumas. Yeah, and then fill it out with each one. Fresh bags will allow up to 8. Yeah, as long as they'll get attacked more than 8 times in a turn, can definitely survive that then. The segment of the dry grass a few meters in front of the prints from the ladder has been cut as if a scythe. Among the chopped stems lies a piece of Drukhari trophy. A flap of dark skin is stretched out by thin chains, most of it covered by a tattoo. The silhouette of a stormer tornado and a black symbol composed of curved lines and sharp edges. I guess you just described the sword and the shield. So, burn away the trace of the Xenos presence. Alright, so that is it for this area, looks like. And before we move on to the next system, I'll be right back. Alright, let's continue. Ban the cults, put the cult under surveillance. Yeah, ban them. Oh, is this the final system? Did nothing really pop? Oh. I know we need to speak with Ulfar. Oh, we're supposed to inquire about the Boxmaster. Alright, give it this. How is Ulfar? He's feeling better. Lord Captain, the ship's Kurgan was amazed at his resilience. The same Lord Ulfar is currently convalescing in his chambers. Alright, let's go to the chambers. Ulfar. His dark figure towers over you. His head is lowered, his hair hanging in a curtain across his face. His fair skin is cross-hatched with broad crimson scars, held together by metal staples and covered with black spiked runes for physical healing. Could an ordinary mortal have survived such injuries? Unlikely. With the twitch of his fingers, Ulfar bids the two servants and attendants to step away so as not to intrude on your conversation. They silently retreat. Aeldari, I must thank you for saving me. I had a difficult battle. Glad you survived. Saw my shuttle. We need to discuss what happened. Think never he did. That he did not take you from us to join his heavenly host, my lord. No, glad you survived. I always survive. Right. So why did you decide to go to the world alone? After a few moments of silence, Ulfar says quietly, so I did not have to bury your body in the snow, Aeldari. It's not out of arrogance that wolves do not allow mortals into our affairs, but because the burden of those deeds is heavy, and they reek of death. Just consider what kind of threat you could have been facing in a place where an entire pack of Astartes had disappeared. If I had risked you for the sake of fulfilling my vows, would that have been worthy of me? Appreciate your concern. We fight together. Do not forget that I am your Aeldari. Did not do all that well on your own. Now I'm going to safely say that you are not cursed. You almost met your end in battle. Don't ever steal from me again. No, we fight together. Ulfar sighs, heaves a heavy sigh, which seems to hang in the air between you. You and I are different. Your way is to rule and build. Mine is to destroy and chase down prey, such as Allfather's plan. And in that plan, my death on the battlefield is an expected and joyous event, while your death would be premature, sorrowful, and damaging to many other lives. Right, quite thoughtful. Did you find any traces of your brothers? Well, aside from the vessel I found, the revelation granted, that was them. Inside there was signs that wolf scouts leave for the brothers. Baleful Howl landed the ship on the surface and left, and the rest of the crew disappeared. I followed my brother's trail until an unknown foe blocked my path, and battle ensued. Yeah, so what foe is capable of besting you? An evil spirit. It attacked me from behind and wounded me instantly. Ulfar points to a particularly gruesome scar on his chest. The strike clearly intended for one of the Space Wolf's 2 hearts. The wound gives off a strong medicinal smell, but it is not one you recognize. Probably a Frenesian balm brewed by Ulfar himself. Your healers would have fainted after one whiff of such a potion. Alright, if I attacked you from behind, why is the wound on your chests? The snow covered my eyes and I could only make out a shadow, but it moved fast and it was strong. If the Allfather's gift had not knitted my ribs into a hard carapace, the blow would have been my last. The wolf says these words with a chilling nonchalance. Let's see, and then don't blame him for the crew's death. Right, not your usual self. By bitter paths comes wisdom. In a wake of bloody losses and shattered dreams, heavy thoughts weighing on its broad shoulders, it enters unbidden and takes a seat by your hearth. Alright, so the dangerousness of the task ahead of him is weighing on him. Have you been thinking about your life? Perhaps something good awaits you in the future. Tell me, why are there no rhymes in your songs? Do you still believe you'll find your brothers? Probably not alive. So have you been thinking about your life? About the future? Have you ever wondered what it means to be an Astartes? To know no other family but your brothers in battle? To know no other feast but the joy of slaying your enemies and extolling your fallen comrades? To know with certainty that your death will be terrible, brutal, and agonizing. Where time holds no sway over us, and no warrior of the Allfather has ever breathed his last in a soft bed. Death holds no fear for us, Eidvater. We have been eating at the same table since day one. Alright, so try not to think about that. Perhaps something good awaits you in the future. Listen, Eidvater, when the wolf priest tested me, I went to the gate of Morkai, a dark place where real space and the thought of the great wolves intertwine like the tentacles of a kraken. Everyone who appears before the gate is granted a vision, and mine was a dark omen. I saw myself in 2 guises, one as white as the moon, the other as black as the lowering sky, and the 2 are locked in combat. As for which me emerged victorious, that was hidden from my sight, but that is not what frightened me. The Black Wolf's gaze was fearsome, full of more pain than he could ever inflict himself. It drove him mad, turned him into a monster, and as dark as he appears, I recognized myself in him. After all, I was made for destruction, torment, annihilation. I am the more agile monster. Does that mean that, by the Allfather's design, I must drink this cup of pain to the bottom in order to fulfill his plan? I do not know. Ulfar looks at you, his expression inscrutable. So do you still believe you'll find your brothers? I will find them. He clenches his fists. Probably not alive, but I will find them. Good determination. Please have my servants found a fitting shrine for your armor. Does it matter that much? Splendor and monumentality of the chamber befit the solemnity of the sacrament unfolding within. As if performing an intricate dance, the servants of the Omnissiah move in time with the murmuring mechanism, circling the massive space wolf while he stands utterly still. The scent of sacred incense fills the air, giving the sense that one is witnessing a great ritual. An Astartes needs very little: a cell and a table where I can perform the purifying rite on my weapon. That is all I require, but to keep the armor bestowed upon me by the Allfather in some shabby cubicle would be sacrilege. This chamber will do well for the vesting ceremony. There is good plasteel beneath the rich decoration and gilding. Yes, I am satisfied. Good for you. So what are the servants doing? It's time for me to don my skin again. Ulfar shrugs wearily, his body giving off heat and animal scent. One of the servants opens a casket containing contact unguent. It will be used to anoint each of the black carapace's neural ports, marring the wolf's skin. The sacred augmentation seamlessly fuses Ulfar's body with his armor and every fiber bundle of it. Alright, so there's prepping him to wear his armor again. What will we do now? I must return. My foe awaits me. And it would be dishonorable to retreat from this battle, but I will need help in the fighting. Alright, let's do this. Ulfar nods to the servants in a low voice, and they begin a guttural prayer. Shadows leap across the walls, twisting together in a majestic and savage dance. In the flickering candlelight, the sacred rite is performed. The angel emperor is clothed in the armor of unwavering faith and his wrath. Alright, back to that world then. Gear-wise, I think we're mostly set. Might have to do some leveling though. Yeah, some quick level ups. Or just get everyone the flesh wounds, just to be quick. Yeah, sure, no heresy. Charge and slash around effective bonus, interesting. Give me that one. Maybe defensive maneuvers. Can also get cautious and disengage. Oh, let's get invigorating hatred. I thought we got that already. Temporary wounds when enter the turn near an enemy marked by sworn enemy. Yeah, sure, why not? Power conduit. And that gets you second barrage, more damage for that. Minor, but yes, it is extra damage. Something to get you. Flesh wounds, invigorating hatred. Jai. Alright, flesh wounds for you as well. Yeah, sure, seize the initiative. That's Solomorn. Flesh wounds for you as well. We just could do enough bullets for everyone. Oh, bonus armor with dependable. Alright, do that one then. 5 plus number of versatility stacks. You can build it up quite quickly. Oh, that's a lot of level ups for you, Chorda, but we're not using you. Alright, well, go and lower that. And back to that ice world. Alright, so leaving Pascal behind should not need anything too technical. Oh, very small area. Okay, should be quick. Unless there are a bunch of small battles along the way.
There will be no peace in
The
my
shadows
wake.
reveal their secrets.
Was that supposed to be a
Do you
challenge?
require an audience?
Astartes power sword. I'll perform area attacks with this weapon. These attacks cost 1 less AP and can deal 0 damage to the wielder's allies. Good. More damage, but no bleed. And slightly less armor penetration. Still though, AoE that does not cause friendly fire. Then virtuous vindication. Melta. Yeah, we don't use Meltas. It's only a difference of 5 points. Yeah, we'll keep the Iron Wolf axe. Thorpal did go through all the trouble of getting that to him.
Both strong and wise is Ulfar.
Patience!
Oh, is there a
I'm less
guidebook for
afraid.
cyber attendants?
Bodies of uniformed Imperial scouts have been scattered around by a detonated mine. That is Necron. Tracks of the mysterious enemy that defeated Space Wolf have almost been hidden by the snow.
Keep a sharp eye. Duty prevails.
They will see. Oh yes, they all will see.
Alright, so clearly more explosives.
I
Fortune
sense something
smiles on us.
nearby.
An ill omen.
I better myself through my service.
Watch out.
Never doubt me.
My warp sight reveals something.
The Emperor favors me today.
One step at a time, amidst the madness.
Ulfar, my brothers. Red brows furrowed in anguish, Ulfar bows down over the bodies encased in ceramite and adamantine. Once again, fate has barred me from traveling to the Hall of the Allfather with my brothers. But you still found them. Alright, look around. The snow-covered battlefield reveals little, but it is clear that the wolves gave a furious battle one last time. The rocks are pitted with bolter strikes, and here and there, you see scorch marks and lead left by plasma charges. Alright, so yeah, what's exactly were they here looking for? Ulfar, I do not know what they were seeking, but they certainly found someone here. Otherwise, this crime would not have been committed. So who were they fighting? I smell no corruption on the bodies, and I see no traces of Xenos weapons. I think they did battle with the humans here. Odd, why did they fight the humans? Well, unless the humans were part of Calcazar's forces that were in the area for some reason. They met doom with honor as befits true warriors. Ulfar huffs a weak laugh. True enough, no one would dare say that the baleful howl would stare into the eyes of Markai, anything but joyful awe and fire in their hearts. Heaving in a breath, Ulfar mutters, I sense evil and deaths. The souls of the baleful howl are not at rest, but remain here on the battlefield. They are not with the Allfather. I must escort them. Will you bear witness to the last honor given to my brothers? Sure, go for it. Bear witness to the final honor. Ulfar produces a knife inscribed with a scarlet rune. Picking up a rock from the ground, he begins scratching the rock's sharp edges across the blade, etching a name. His powerful voice rumbles. Hear now the saga of the baleful Howl Pack, proud warriors of Fenris, Vika Finka. The verses weave together in recounting the deeds of each of Ulfar's dead brothers. With incredible precision in every detail, the wolf lists the accomplishments of his comrades, the enemies they slew, and the sacrifices they made. The saga continues at length, and the relentless rhythm sends you into a trance. With a grinding screech, the rock is drawn across the knife blade again and again, inscribing one name after another. On the cold world, they gave battle, the pack's fierce name, never disgracing. So ends the saga of the baleful howl, and the void thunders with echo unending. Fenris Hilda. Ulfar is silent for a moment, is silent for a long time. The etched knife blade slices across his huge palm, as scarlet drops paint the snow. Did that fix the static? Sounds like it. Hear my oath, Allfather. Jaga thu ra agjima. Probably failed that one. With his bloodied hand, the wolf removes the rune-covered horn from his belt, and from a flask pours something dark and sharp smelling into it. Let us drink to my brothers, Eidvatr. and then we will build the pyre. Alright, accept the horn and sip. Sip, sip, sip. The astringent liquid burns your throat, and a fog immediately descends over your vision. The sky darkens, and the rising wind whistles in your ears. Through it comes a high-pitched cawing of a bird. Ulfar nods approvingly. It is a sign fate walks beside us. Scowl. Taking back his horn, the wolf takes a mighty swallow of the stuff. Majestic shadows rise in the snowy haze around you. The figures of warriors clad in indestructible armor, bearing the emblem of two black fangs piercing the yellow of the sun. They are looking at you. The brothers bear witness, which means it is time for us to meet my last comrade. And what comrade is that? There's one missing among the dead, and now I know who I was fighting for. It was Brother Ignilf. Right, what happened to him? He went mad with grief over the bodies of his brothers, and the curse of the wolfen prevailed over his valiant heart. He became a beast. Is he dangerous, or will he be able to reason with them? There is no reason with one who knows only the black bitterness of hatred. The curse of the wolfen is not only our bane, but also our shield against temptation. When intolerable thoughts take shelter in the wolf's mind, the curse comes and drives them out, dousing them with the waters of anger. You cannot reason with a wolfen or deceive them, or entice them. That is our bloody talisman against evil. Right, so was that why they were here? Bit odd. And what are we going to do with him? Corruption is washed away by blood. We will cleanse his spirit, and as there is no hope for his body now, none return from the curse's embrace. Alright, so battle it is. Calcazar once encountered another of my brothers who had also become a wolfen. He captured him and brought him to Fenris. That is the debt we came here to repay. But we have no way of doing what Calcazar did. So we will have to grant Brother Ignilf peace. I see. The wolf moon raises its head and howls. Then it turns its wise, piercing gaze on you, and blood rains down from its snow-white fangs onto the frozen world. Where do you intend to look for him? He will come. Fantastic. Let's do it. Ulfar lets out a belligerent howl, whipping up the snowdrifts into a frightened whirlwinds. You hear a terrible crackling sound as someone's feet, no paws, are breaking through the crust of snow on the ground. The beast now comes, and his cruel howl awakens the fallen warriors of Fenris. Fenris thirsts for vengeance. Alright, fighting against Ghost Astartes. Not that much of an issue, only 3 of them. Eagle Eye, Ice Blade, and Eagle Eye. And I'll probably be in turns. But I'm on HP. Ice Blade seems to be the strongest. It's not enough because of that one bonus with Gamma. Oh, could make use of it with Cassia though. need 3 of them. Oh. Only moved 1 of them. Are they immune to stun? I forgot to check that. Yes, they are.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Zone of Fear, are you melee? Melee and range. You are exclusively ranged.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered
Oh, this can be a bit rough.
Bite like a bomb.
Good dodge.
Now is the hour.
There is
My blood is all.
And luckily they all...
My bones.
Yeah, they all survived that one. We're gonna get them all buffed.
A wicked thought. Let's see. Oh, a genius at work. Let's see.
Okay, that works. Let's kind of focus on setting them on fire. For whatever reason, yeah, they're no longer on fire.
What if? Unpredictable downfall. Schemes within schemes within schemes.
They turn to Cassia. We might be able to have her pull these guys.
Genius at work.
Me?
Hold one.
My strike is ruin.
Emperor, give me strength. Try to die with grace at least. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Another one is shattered.
Alright, so first group is down. And then Ice Blade's gonna get a turn. Can use a heroic on Cassia. Then have her give a full turn to Argenta. Then she might be able to kill Ice Blade there.
Let's see.
In the name of House Ulfar, I shall prevail.
If I go that way. Yeah, okay, she can hit both of them.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
Also, if we activate hers Fire Mastery. Extra attack equals to their weapon's rate of fire, minimum of 2. That does not cost AP. Do not spend AP. Maybe.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Really? Parried?
I'll do it. You, Emperor.
Can run a gun. Has request that movement.
Faith without deeds is worthless. I'll do it. This is unacceptable.
Alright, just now her turn still.
A wicked thought.
Oh, she can give someone else a turn. Let's wait and see if another enemy appears. Can she hit this one? Yes, she can.
This tedium is beneath me.
Try to pull him a little closer.
Change is too great.
I am not your Xenos pet, monkey. If I must. Fortune favors the swift.
Now for your proper turn.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone. Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act. Faith without deed can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Yep, okay. So enough of that fight. My verses you will hear, glorious brothers, of how the paths of Ulfar, called Thunderlung, from the first and the last wolf of the baleful howl, were intertwined. Over his brother's cold body, standing Ulfar, the hard-armed, proclaimed into the sky their glorious sagas, and his last homage paid to those warriors proud. As is witness taking his companion of the line von Valancius, the blizzard was raging and the wind furiously howling, as under that terrible clawed paw, the snow crunched, and in the dead light of a moon, strange to human eyes, a beast, long fur bristling, of death reeking, into the circle stepped. Terror and awe the beast of form aroused. The retinue to her aid the rogue trader called. The Allfather called two summoned. Allfather's called two summoned to battle against the beast. Oh yeah, retinue came to the aid, but the cry was drowned out by the harsh elements roaring. Magic with a snow whirling in a dance of intertwining, for the beast left, bloody reaping of only two. Okay, so the Allfather's call, two summoned to battle against the beast. You do not fear to meet me, perfidious spirit, who the name Doppelgrendel claims. I see you have not learned from the last battle, though you paid for it with a gouged eye, so spoke Ulfar Thunderlong. And the beast replied, of your spoils you boasted to the priest in vain, Ulfar Everlost. My body alone you wounded, but I your spirit maimed, and your word crippled. Then came the turn to the Outrider to speak, and turned the two wolves away from the empty shedding blood. And the words were formidable and filled with wrath. But enough had already been said. Really, you can try to make it a peaceful ending. I feel like that is not the best option. Then again, did kind of say that Calcazar did kind of try that. I'm thinking this one might just repeat it, considering that he did say the only option was death. So yeah, but enough had already been said. The power of words spewed from the beast's mouth, grinning the cry of the wild hunt, and then embittered souls hearkened out in snow and wind. Wolf bodies were woven for the warriors who died, an unclean death and the unavenged, evil never forgetting, their ice fangs gnashing their approached. Into the rolling sky howling, the first brother by Ulfar was vanquished. These are some low checks. Toughness. With the second he clashed the Outrider as his shield. Then with a laugh booming, the heavens were split by the formidable Ulfar. His battle friends guarding with a mighty wrench the wolf's jaws he tore. Opening them wide, the evil charms banishing, the dignity was met with each brutal strike, and with savagery was slain each deadly foe. The pack was defeated. These are some low skill checks. But the beast was not yet vanquished, roaring his body he threw into the fray. Like a mighty spear thrust, howling his claws cut through the adamantine. The warriors fought, a river of blood spilling, Ulfar Thunderlong, his battle song singing, the black curse, the vicious rival echoing. The warriors were clashing when the cunning Outrider. If only we were more, well, non-psyker oriented. Anyway, step back, hopefully succeed. Okay, succeeded on 69. Fantastic. Ulfar held no fear that his strike, broadly sweeping his ally, would catch in a glancing blow. He fought mercilessly, his heavy swings scribing scarlet runes upon the snow. To his knees the beast fell, and suddenly about his grey lips a smile played of guile and fear. Upon the Outrider fell the wolf's fiery gaze. By the power of icy Fenris I do curse you. If you look into the past, you shall see only deceit. If you look into the future, you shall see only treachery. The false friend's dagger shall open your breast. The arrows of deceit and rot shall pierce your back. So spoke the spirit, born in sorrow by the Outrider cursing, and then the bloody wound the Outrider spied. Her breast was cut, her heart was quiet. The Outrider's death had caught her unawares. By the power of talking, from the Outrider's lips, a daring song burst forth. Death on the battlefield extolling. The heat of these words, the Outrider's heart inflamed, the spirit's fatal vision banishing. Nice, talked herself out of death. Glory to brave hearts that fear not death. In its death rasp, the Doppelgrendel answered, Brother, we were doomed not by the archenemy's followers, nor by the despicable inhumans who did not touch our armor, nor with the dark sorcery did the malefics defeat us. No, it was the humans who oaths of friendship swore that plunged the blade into our back. Their treacherous plot in malice hatched, said the spirit, and then fell silent forever. The noble wolf's body fleeing and peace to it bestowing. The pair stood together over the prostrate body, the body not of a beast, but of a brave fallen brother. The fearsome Ulfar declared an oath of vengeance, and the mighty wolves to Calcazar went charging. They went knowing that from their betrayers, who killed your brothers from this day's forth, who is our foe. In honor of Fenris, you have defended Ulfar Thunderlung. Now the last of the pack remains Ulfar the Avenger. A shame it is that you came not in time to save your brothers. What will now become of you, my lord? No, you have the honor of Fenris you have defended. My brothers, the Allfather's hall entering will boldly tell you that in death they have not been forgotten. With a joyous roar, these words they will answer, for they will surely mean that fierce Fenris still stands. So Ulfar's mighty words was spoken. A proud funeral dirge was sung. His brother's weary body, cursed by grief, from his carapace was freed and laid upon the pyre. The old spinners weave the weird thread cruelly. No inquiries or entreaties accepting. Ulfar Thunderlung cast his gaze, and clearly he beheld the end of his trail. And so ended the saga of the baleful howl. Many of the black men guide them. Made the black men guide them to Calcazar. Only one was not claimed by Mordecai the Dark-Hearted. Ulfar Thunderlung stood stalwart upon the ground. Too stubborn for death was this rebellious wolf, too hot to be seized by the chill of the graves. His brothers praising, he raised his deadly axe. Fenris stands, so there will many yet to slay. Was there room in Ulfar's heart for sorrow? Glory to the fierce wolf, son of Fenris. Probably that one. Let us remember, brothers, the baleful howl, daring hunters, fierce fighters, and troublemakers without equal. Let us glorify their exploits and glorify their fall. With honor have these wolves gone to Calcazar. Let us remember the mighty brother Ulfar, who did not abandon his pack in the snowy waste. Let us remember the traitor of the von Valansis line, she whose name is known and honored on Fenris. Let us raise our cups and cry into the face of Winterscale. Father, we still live. Fenris Hjolda. Quite the funeral for them. Defeat the vengeful spirits. So that was done. What does Ulfar have to say for himself now? Still no idea why they were even out here in the first place. But just looked like that the crew that they took with them were not too happy about the situation. Oh, we didn't even get any loot.
It is good to see you. I swear that your name will not be forgotten when I return to Fenris and sing my saga.
Good to know. Friendly with the Space Wolves. Always good. So what will you do now?
The pack is no more. I could become a lone wolf, an avenger of the fallen. But my heart yearns for something else. I have missed the company of the warriors of Fenris. When we finish your business here, I will seek out Thorvald Ironhide and accept his generous offer. I will bind myself by ties of blood brotherhood to the Stormbiters. My duty to the Allfather is not yet fulfilled.
Alright, so he has things planned out now. Do you still believe in the power of the curse upon you?
The curse is strong. There is no doubt about that. But my spirit is stronger than a doppelgrendel. I overcame one in combat. So can I not overcome its magic? No. One day I will find the glorious death on the field of battle.
Alright, so what gave you the strength to resist, giving into despair?
Do you remember when I was overcome with rage in the wreathing Tempest Spire? And you reminded me who I was supposed to be fighting for? When I told you of the death of my brothers Arnulf and Skjoldi, you paid tribute to their valor. And for a moment, I felt as if I were back home on Fenris. And I wanted to return there.
By the power of the persuasion check.
When we stood over the body of my brother, Ignilf, you spoke true words. You brought my home back to my mind. And then I knew that I was not ready to abandon all hope of seeing it once more. Your counsel, Edvator. It is what gave me strength.
Fantastic. We did commit all sorts of heresy. Well, crimes against the Imperium. Having the Space Wolves be friendly would definitely be helpful. Wish to express once again my sorrow for your fallen brothers. Probably not the best. Saw strange things during the battle. Was it mirage or warp influence?
Dreams brought on by Mjolnir mixed with reality and the spells of the doppelgrendel. How can I say what was true and what was a mirage? Were we fighting against a spirit or against my deranged brother? Did the ghosts of the fallen rise up beside us to weigh our valor on the scales of honor? Or did the drug make us do battle with the wind? It is all true, Edvator. Or perhaps none of it was. The people of Fenris have long known how thin is the line between what is real and what is legend. And we were in a legend.
Well, they could have asked the retinue if they were just swinging at the wind. Just being all crazy, firing at nothing. And then you have fulfilled your duty. I congratulate you.
I could not have done it without you, Edvator. Know that, now and always, you will have friends on Fenris.
Yes, always good to have Space Wolves as friends.
Fenris Hilda, Edvator.
Extra layer of protection against the Inquisition. And that should be the end of Ulfar's quest, yes. Now then, considering the time, let's just check out the last system. And then probably end things there. And there it is, Tomb World Epitaph. That is where the final fight will be. Then a few unexplored places. Random dead stars, fantastic. Alright, so 2 unexplored locations and a dying star as well. Ravor, judging by the orbital trajectories, this is the parent star of the system. If the Lumina reader is right, back in the day it used to be huge and angry with a bite to it. Not this half-dead firefly. What happened to it? I can't imagine what could have trained a deadly beast like that. The Lumina reader swears that the rays of the star would have continued withering all life in the system for millions of years more. It was too young to have faded like this. And it's like it was gnawed out. Yep, the Catan. Oh hey, Nomos. It was attacked. Suddenly and fiercely, a hungry predator bit into its magnetic field and drank as much of its energy as it could. The predator was starving and would have suddenly devoured the star whole had it had more time. So where did you get this information from? I do not know, but I can read the traces of what was committed here as if I had seen it happen 100 times. Right, completely not weird. And I don't think we can interact with any of these dead stars. Oh no, apparently so. Those things, I've never seen anything like them before. At the panel of the ship's tech priest Lumina readers says that they are star corpses. Not just corpses. They call them stellocide victims. And what does that mean? Who knows with those star sieges? Apparently when a star dies a natural death, it's different. These look like they were murdered and plundered. All of their energy was siphoned. Like when a spider sucks the innards of a fly. And witnessing these husks, if you don't mind me saying, scared the Lumina readers so much that they wet their metal trousers. Right. Quite fun. Don't you think that we're observing far too many stars here? I agree, Lord Captain. The stellar trajectories also suggest that most of these stars didn't used to be here. Someone was hoarding them in this system, and I wouldn't like to have been here at that time. The gravitational currents would have been pure chaos. Who could have pulled off something like that? Was it Drukhari? Dragging stars around like they are their property is quite a character for those damn Xenos. Yes, that certainly would be their thing. But they were probably just feeding the Catan. Curious as all it is, we may still have a job to do. Alright. So, with all those investigations over, let's go ahead and end it there for today. We'll pick this up tomorrow. I think tomorrow might be a shorter stream. We still have these 2 worlds to explore, which might have a battle on them, but considering the way the battles have been going, even one battle does end up being quite lengthy. And I do remember the Epitaph Tomb World having many battles on it. So it'll probably go investigate these 2 worlds, fight any battles that happen to occur there, as well as investigation. Then maybe do 1 or 2 more battles on the world. Oh yeah, because we also have the space fight as well. But yeah, like maybe 2 battles on Epitaph, and then I think that should be good enough for time for tomorrow. And then the day after we'll probably be finishing up with the rest of the planet and the game itself. That's too bad, but understandable. See you the next time when you can come in, Acernic. But yeah, right now the way things are looking, I'm thinking that yeah, the full 3 days will be used. Well, the remaining 2 days will be used for finishing up Rogue Trader, and then next week we'll be starting Vampire. This is how I'm thinking it'll turn out right now. So yeah, that's for that, and then Wednesday we'll be back to Abiotic Factor, which will then be switching over to 3-day schedule since we did finish Silk Song last time. And yeah, for abiotic factor, we finished our move, so we are continuing our exploration of the reactor, I believe. So, more resource finding, trying to build up that neat teleport blueprint we found, see how that goes. And then just more exploration and trying to escape from work. And then, yes, that one's almost done. Whenever that gets done, we'll then be moving on to a new playthrough of RimWorld. And then Saturday will be the continuation of our Phoenix Point playthrough, which we put on a bit of a hiatus to play Silk Song. For that one, we were in the middle of a fight and still pretty early in the game, I think, so quite a few more weeks of that left. But yeah, considering the last where we left off was a rather difficult battle, I wonder how that's going to go. Hopefully it'll go well. But anyways, that is the plan for now. Don't believe anything else. So with that, thank you all for watching. Be sure to follow or subscribe to the channels depending on where you prefer watching, whether it be on Twitch or on YouTube, for notifications when we're online. Otherwise, there's always my social media for updates and notifications. Twitter is at Emery_EE, IMRE_EE, and Blue Sky at Emery-EE. More or less the same thing, just a difference between dash or underscore depending on where you prefer to go. Otherwise, if you don't use social media, I do try to stream every day about the same time, between 12:30 a.m. to 5 a.m. US Central. Usually give or take 30 minutes. But regardless of those odd start and end times, toward the middle is a bit more reliable when I'm here. And also, as I said before, tomorrow might be ending a little bit early because of how I'm going to try to space things out. But anyways, with that being said, once again, I thank you all for watching. Thank you to those who happen to stop by the stream live, as well as a thank you to those who made up watching the VOD. Hope you're all reasonably entertained and that you have a good day or night, whichever may happen to be, and that you stop by again next time. With that, thank you and goodbye.